Всім доброго дня.
Hello everyone. Today we continue our Chernobyl Forum. We will talk today about reintegration of the cleanup workers, and we will be talking to representatives of the NGO that deals with cleanup workers. We will hear them out, and they will share their personal stories, and we will also try to collect the expertise and the feedback from people who need to get support, how this happens, and we will also find out and learn about international experience. Today with me, I have two friends of ours, Andriy Mizko, the navigator of the helicopter who participated in cleaning up operations, and Valeriy Makarenko, chairman of the board of Fukushima Chernobyl Union. This was one of the NGOs in the past, right? Yes, in 1991. After disintegration of the Soviet Union, national organizations were formed, as well as international organization. Chernobyl Union was formed. And so since then, we also worked with National Organization of Japan, and I currently am the president of this organization. And which countries do you operate? We have 20 countries of the world. So this is a large organization of cleanup workers. That's right, it's the largest. And it's the most influential. Thank you. Andriy, could you please tell us about your personal history, how you participated in the cleanup operation? And you also served in Afghanistan, as far as I know. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this forum. I also thank the organizers of this event, because Chernobyl topic is not popular these days, but it's quite relevant, and it will be relevant for decades. There are around 448 NPPs around the world, which means there's always a danger of similar accidents. I'm always asked, where was I on the day of the accident? Well, my group was located in Sudak. It's a special center for training and survival of pilots, and we were preparing to go to Afghanistan. And on the 27th of April, we heard on the news this information that something happened in Chernobyl. At the time, we didn't really pay much attention to that. But when the entire regiment had to move to Chernihiv, we understood that something serious happened there. Then we were told to prepare 8 Mi-6 helicopter teams to carry external loads, and it became clear that we were going to dump something. So 8 teams with the best prepared pilots, because flights with external loads is hard to perform. There were head of the teams, And when we arrived to Chernihiv, we were transported to the location. We received helicopters from Alexandria teams who worked there for the first couple of days. Our task was to dump sand on the reactor from the top, as well as delivering cargoes. We would wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Then we would eat breakfast at 5:30, and we would get our mission. We would fly to reactor around 12 kilometers distance. We would dump lead, dolomite, as well as some rubber. The flight was 200 meters altitude, and during the night, we would be loaded. We would reach altitude of 200 meters, and we would approach Pripyat, a modern town with about 50,000 residents. My first flight was really memorable, and we were used to life, with vehicles, people, animals, but at the time, what I saw was there were no animals, no people. The washing linen was on the lines, moved by the wind, flapping in the wind, but no people. So it was an eerie atmosphere. So we would approach a reactor, and the reason why the altitude was 200, it's because of the safety reasons. The stack was 170 meters. We would dump and then fly back to base to dump. There was like a carousel of helicopters every 3 minutes that we would dump sand. After that, we would fly to decontamination in Maleki. They would measure the level of radiation. After that, they would clean the helicopters. After that, they would do a next measurement, make sure it's below 850 milligrams. In the evening, we would go back to Chernihiv, eat dinner, and we would go back to rest. We were told we would work there for about 3 days, but in fact, we were there for 22 days. After that, other flight crews replaced us. We returned to base, and we were verified, and we were given 10 days of rest.
That's how I tell my story about my getting to know about the accident and starting liquidation. You were supposed to stay here for 3 days, but stayed for 22. That was an approximate calculation. 3 days, they said about 3 days, but that's how it happened, because practically the helicopter chopper crews would come from all the USSR, former USSR. As far as I remember, through those years, 2 or 3, about 450 crews participated? What was your dosage? What was your exposure? I never had that information. For the pilots, it was 25 Röntgen. Now that's for the Ministry of Defense, the military. For the terrestrial crews, it's 50. We were young people. We wouldn't care about Röntgen, but they would tell us that you do one ride and get another Röntgen. But 25 Röntgen makes you an invalid, disabled person. It was not in our best interest. We were 25 then. We were just senior lieutenants, a very low officer's rank, and for a chopper, again, you stay 1 hour there, you get a dose. Just staying in that chopper. How much we absorb, I don't know. On the 5th year, that's my personal experience, I started feeling some health status disorder, vascular, mostly deterioration of my vascular system in 92. How old were you in 91? I was 26. So at 26, you realize now that it all started like a slide. Yes. After a couple of years, I would realize that was all about that, because pilots are usually healthy people, because to enter the school, you have to pass very in serious tests, and every year you would be re-examined. We were all healthy men, and we would never think about any kind of disease, especially being young in those years. Now my colleague can be a witness to that you start feeling it with the years passing by. I mean, your health status, the liquidators, there are no healthy people among them. Moreover, the ones, the Battalion 721, about 500 people, they had one of the type of works that they executed was they had different things. They would pump out the water from the reactor and also load the choppers. Half of them are already dead. The battalion commander, 8 crews, my group 2 commanders of the squadrons are not with us anymore. One of them was together with me in Afghanistan a couple of years ago. Well, the other one passed away. They were 20 to 40. That was the prime of their life. And there are some people who are younger than myself, but they're not around anymore. These are the consequences of this, I'm afraid. In fact, I have another question. You, after that, were sent to Afghanistan with some kind of bonuses or privileges that you enjoyed. We'll discuss that later. But how many people, young people, you had, young people who would be summoned by the military commissioner's offices for that whole affair and that mission? We talk about Chernobyl projects of all sorts. They argue that all the liquidators are dead because they are very old by now. It was they were in their 20s then, plus 35, 55. It's middle age. It's a prime of life, as we said. Well, let me tell you this. For a long time, we were silent. We maintained our silence. We wouldn't go to any shows, any conferences, and people would get to know that helicopter pilots, well, they're all dead by now. They are all in the documentaries and the footage of those events. Just waving the hand. So for a long time, we were invisible. And then after that, years after that, some people who had the authority instructed us to start talking, because you are not dead. Yes, we are not. There's plenty of people still alive. That's why we create the NGOs to support our comrades, because first of all, because after the liquidation, and it's our time, in our day, when Ukraine became independent, one had to prove a lot of things. That was all a big state secret. Even for the reference, the so-called the people which were conscripted as reservists. So the reservists could not prove their involvement, and that was the social status, the allowances, and other things in life, also all social protection. First of all, of course, the health status, medical care, and we will discuss that later. How many young people have you? My squadron commander was 42, the other was 40. And in our group, we had in the crew 6 people, 8 crews, 48 people. I can tell you, just like that we had the engineers, the technicians, the second pilots, navigators. They were under 25, under 28. That was the cohort. So very young people, of course, very young, indeed. And I would like to thank you for your heroic deeds, for your participation, your contribution. What was the most difficult in that work? Can you tell us now? Well, the first flight was very difficult, the very first one. Psychologically difficult, of course, because that was an unusual situation, unusual flight, and I was telling you that it was all imposing a great pressure, because that was the deserted place in the desert, actually. An apocalypse. And then we started regular operations. We were like automatons. So the 26th, the 27th, you were flying over the reactor. No, the first crews were the Alexandria regiment. They were first to summon, to be summoned, and we had the crews of the Alexandria regiments, 2 Mi-6 and 6 Mi-7. We had the lead and the we were using the boards, and they were there till the 3rd of May. And after that, we had other crews, tens, scores of them, and they used the irradiation. The irradiation would go up as high as 10 kilometers, according to the measurements of the day. Would they explain to you the situation, the level of radiation, the exposure, and how the exposure affects your body? Look, we were professional military. We knew what was a nuclear explosion like, and the consequences, the after effects. We realized the danger, but we had the assignment to comply with them and the mission to accomplish. And we would not realize that it wasn't just Ukraine, but then we discovered it was Belarus and all Europe. When you drop the synthetic rubber load, they say, great, well done, and so forth. That was enough. That was the appreciation, emotional support that we received. We would realize that we were there for a reason. We would have days off. People would stop us in Chernihiv, far from Chernobyl, the regional capital. The grandmas would just bless us, and they realized what we were doing there. And that was, and sometimes they would say that these are practically dead people that would be said behind our backs, of course, but it was actually terrible. Is my mic on? Yes, the red indicator is on. I'm a journalist. And I had all the information the second day, but I wouldn't believe that information because on numerous occasions I would visit the construction site and then the operational NPP. As all the Soviet people, I was convinced that it was impossible, just impossible. And the truth of life is that was discovered by me on the 12th of May, when I saw for the first time the ruins of the reactors with my own eyes, and lots of coal, piles of coal. I wouldn't understand that was the graphite. And liquidators were all scattered assigned to different areas, and they didn't know enough about the exposure and the threat to their lives. We wouldn't know about our personal exposure, the dosage that we get. I was accredited as journalist at the Governmental Commission for Liquidation of the After Effects. And there was the section that would build the sarcophagus. And there was some control there. So starting from the beginning of May until the 30th of November 1986. All that time I was inside, 28 bar. That is unheard of. They would give you 24 and not more. That was the maximum for a year for the operators of Operation PP. If they get more, they are actually decommissioned, and they had claimed that that was my imagination, but the medical personnel from Moscow, they were working inside the area. There was the chromosome aberration. The test was based on that. That's a small thing in your blood. It's like a bean, or an X shape. And according to the aberration, you have the dosage. And they said you have more than 150. More than 150. How much more? And they said, you've heard enough. We've told you enough. But that was not official. That was never official. So how it happened, why I was the first to film the reactor. They wouldn't let us in. The information was very confidential. Indeed, they had some checkpoints, several of them, as you go, and they would turn you away. My military service was in the aviation, the Air Force, and we had I still had my connections with the military, so I decided to fly to the area, and we had a letter, we put it together. I went to the staff and they took it. People were involved with the liquidation. They couldn't play the games of information blockades, red tapes, and the very next day, when I got to Chernobyl, they decided that I had to stay there. I was accredited. I was arrogant enough to go to the Governmental Commission to get an interview. Do you know why? There were enough eyewitnesses around it. but head of the governmental commission gave me the okay for putting it on head of the governmental commission. Every day at 10 would brief Gorbachev, Mikhail Gorbachev, then the secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU. He would report not to the Ukrainian leader of the communists, but to Gorbachev directly. When we discussed that, he told me the truth because there was no reason for hiding it anymore. It all disappeared, and we broke through the blockade. And all the stages of liquidation, the works, I was there, the civil works, I had the coverage, lots of the footage disappeared. 40 hours I have personally, that's my property. I also made a will, and after my death, the museum will get it. It's all stage by stage. It's like a chronicle. And I was sure that we would need it later, and we need it now because humanity makes the same mistakes. That's the tendency. After 25 years, we had Fukushima. After that, in the UK and the US, we had the same things, and with the same secrecy, because it was nuclear energy, completely safe. Alexander, the principal academician ideologist, he said that we can have an NPP in the Red Square in Moscow. That was his idea. I met him in the area and asked him about that statement. He smiled at me and didn't say anything. I got no answer from him. Well, what can I say about our operations in the areas we had? The real people. The people who couldn't do it would just use any kind of excuse to escape. So the rubbish escaped it, but the manly people, the vigorous people, the courageous ones stayed on. That was a real war. With all the signs of war, all the manifestations of war, it was never announced. We lost the territory, the attack, casualties. That was a real war. I was a volunteer. I went there on my own accord. Around me, we had more volunteers. And the things we did, I would tell you that Chernobyl war, there wasn't a drop of anybody's, our adversary's blood dropped. We would just contribute our own blood. That is the page I haven't turned yet. That's the lightest page of my life. Not because I don't understand the tragedy, but because I met such people. I never had met anyone like that before and after, for that matter. Because and I'm happy that we had that life together. Our organization, well, has the most important mission to prevent any kind of repetition of such disasters. Of course, we do social protection, environmental protection, another concern of ours. But the most important thing is to prevent repetition of this disaster, the relapse, the recurrence. Now, that's a matter of principle. For the NPPs, the latest example I would like to give you, this Fukushima accident. 6 reactor units, 4 units were seriously affected. Number 2, 5 and number 6 were not among them because they had the generations for the 5th one.
So this became also a requirement for IAEA, but the Japanese showed the 5th unit to everyone, but after the accident, they couldn't control the units because the power supply, the backup power generation was covered and distrust and overwhelmed by the wave, and so the only power supply left was the computers, and that's a very short period of time. Regarding what's happening in Ukraine, well, for us, of course, Ukrainians, we know more about Chernobyl because it happened on our homeland. We have 600,000 cleanup workers. There are 180,000 left. This is as of 3 years ago. Of course, we are losing Ukrainians under COVID-19 conditions because their immunity is low, of course. And out of 180,000, 49,000 are people with disabilities. Attitude to people with disabilities leaves much to be desired. There is a law of Ukraine on Chernobyl cleanup workers. It's being ignored. Cassation court came to the conclusion that it is enforced and it should be enforced. But for 10 years now, we still don't have the program to deal with the consequences. So they raised pensions to some of us, but at the same time, they took away our fund for complex surgeries and prosthetics. So prosthetics for joints, it's about 100 to 150,000. Now that's the cost. But they raised the pension up to 15,000. How can we afford that? When there was a radiation medicine fund, we could use the funds. But if the person needs major surgery, like brain surgery, it takes a long time to collect all the papers. Now, the fund is gone, and we are trying to do something about it. We also made statements in the European Parliament. Everyone was impressed, but nothing has changed. No help is forthcoming. So Chernobyl Brotherhood is not a powerful structure. Regarding pension, I already mentioned that. Moldova, for instance, has no resources. Their average pension is double our pension. To say nothing about Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, not rich countries, but their pensions are also double that. In Azerbaijan, it's 3 times, just like in the Baltic states, 3 and more times larger than our pension. Under the Chernobyl law, we're supposed to get treatment in the sanatorium once a year. But now the state covers only half the price. So when we don't owe anything to anyone, we still need to pay for it from our pension because we have no other sources of income. So don't think we are only complaining and doing nothing. Well, we are doing something. The so-called third and fourth zones are also contaminated. It's about the size of Belgium. Ukraine is not receiving anything from it, but people live there. After the accident, 3,200,000 people lived on the contaminated people. Now it's over 1 million. These contaminated foodstuffs, the mentality of farmers is like that. He's going to drink the milk that they produce. But there was cleansing of soils and so on, but nothing is being done today about this. We have the Japanese project that we work with in Zhytomyr region. There's cesium that can be found in the soil. Is absorbed by plants, and of course from people get it from plants. But if you apply mineral fertilizers, the plant will absorb in clean fertilizers, and we're saving dozens of thousands of people, and the Japanese are helping us. But we don't receive assistance from the state. So the state is fighting, and half of the Ukrainian economy is in gray area. But if Europeans could chip in €1 each, we would have solved all these problems a long time ago. Chernobyl accident happened because the fault in the design in the nuclear power plant, which was designed in Moscow. And as a result, areas were contaminated and water was contaminated. But originally, Battalion declined permission and he did not approve the construction of NPP at Chernobyl, but they basically ignored him. All the equipment was made in Russia, and so why our lawyers are not raising the issue of responsibility of Russia for this accident and the compensation? And the billions that we would have won would have covered not only the needs of Chernobyl. Any other questions? Well, could you please tell us you were filming the reactor at the time? Indeed, thanks to our colleagues from aviation. On Mi-8, where did you live there? In Kiev? Yes, I lived in Kiev. I I worked on the Ukrainian television, and I was a special correspondent in Chernobyl. When you filmed the reactor, what was your first thought? I felt that the world was divided to black and white. Because when I saw this, I realized that our life has ended. The calm life, the happy, peaceful life has ended. And then the more I studied this problem, the clearer it became that things will never be the same. But if we make all NPPs safe, and by the way, there is no other way to use other safe sources of energy, gravitones and so on, and nanoparts. We need to produce high energy today, and these high energies can only be produced by NPPs, and environmentally they're the cleanest. But you just have to make sure that it's safe. You can't stop the progress of technologies. When you saw the accident in the reactor, you feel the urge to tell your family, or you were just concentrated on your work? Actually, my daughter was born in 1986, and I was a happy dad at the time. But Kiev residents launched evacuation of their children themselves. In a centralized fashion, only schools were evacuated. I sent my family out in early June. Until then, they stayed in Kiev. And on the first days, they didn't change. We didn't change before entering the zone into overalls. And my trousers and my shoes were taken away. And so I had to travel home without trousers. Just to add, regarding relatives, when I told you we had one day off and you could visit the town, so I went to the post office and I phoned my mother. I greeted her, and she starts telling me about 10 minutes about what happened in Chernobyl. And she says people are leaving and so on. And I say, Mommy, I'm not far from here. And she says, why, you're there? Yes, I am. Then a pause. Well, someone has to do it. That was my dialogue with Mommy. And I was actually located near Vyborg. She couldn't know that I'd be so close to Kiev. And I've kept this souvenir. Olena knows. It's sensor, they would give us standard ones, the small ones, and they didn't really work properly. But they would give 6 for each crew member. Then you look at it, and there's a scale. One would show 0, then 20, then 5. But these ED11, they were quite accurate. But we received these a couple of days before our departure. There's a cap here that you can remove, and you insert it into a special device, and it shows in RAMs, and you had to convert it into Rentgens. I think I will donate it to Chernobyl Museum. Now, I don't know what it shows, because after Chernobyl, I never used it, especially in military units. It's probably broken by now, but these are the devices we used. I have another question. Sometimes cleanup workers are treated as heroes, and they tell stories to tell how they worked. You mentioned that you were military, with the military, and you said that someone had to do it. But at the time, were you focused more on the job, or you were thinking about your relatives in Kiev and the consequences? You see, we thought about ourselves as the second task. There was a mission, and of course we thought about our relatives, because we realized it's dangerous for people, knowing especially what nuclear explosion is as military. But we thought it was only affected Chernihiv region, but it's Ukraine and Belarus and huge parts of Europe. Problem is that the cloud traveled around the globe 3 times. So it was actually, it affected even UK. All farmers had to destroy the entire harvest of corn because they couldn't use it because it was too contaminated. And in wild boars, we found also some heavy metals, and in Zhytomyr region, we still find radioactive components in the urine and blood. And in 1986, I was told that if we knew in 86 what we know today, we would have avoided so many mistakes.
And they wouldn't have to use choppers as the first responders. They had the oath, the military oath, but somebody has to be responsible, held responsible. About the contamination of the territory, indeed, I would like to repeat what Valeriy said and agree with it. I was in Germany, and the Germans were telling us about the Bavaria and for some time they wouldn't let them go to the woods to pick up any berries or mushrooms. So there was high exposure in wells, and whales, some patients up to 5 years. They had prohibitions for raising in the horns of some reindeers in the Scandinavians. They find the traces in the sediments of some northern Germany lakes. A fortnight ago, there was that information that the mushrooms in the highlands of Austria, they discovered that the same traces. Ukraine wanted to forget about Chernobyl, not just wanted, everything was hushed, and there was that difficult economic and social situation in the 90s. And we have the similar situation in Europe. They would tell us that they were living next to the USSR, was aggressive, the Iron Curtain and so forth, and that country always wanted to threaten everyone. It was seen as a potential aggressor. After that situation, when it happened, it all happened, let's put it mildly, somebody happens to a bad person, and this person is practically disoriented and helpless, and that was the reaction, because everyone was very tense about the situation. It's your neighbor, and your neighbor is disoriented, aggressive, and the crowd went to Europe, and the screening demonstrated some things nobody would know how to explain or understand or appreciate, but they also wanted to prevent the panic, and they would disseminate the information about everything being fine. I talked to Christopher Dietz, who participated in our project, Grammy nominant. He was 12. We were staying at home. Somebody told us on TV news that there was a radioactive cloud approaching, and they would understand how the radiation was spreading all over Europe. They said then the concentration is not like in Chernobyl, it's all dispersed, everything is going to be just fine. And I was thinking to myself, how do you know that everything would be fine? And this is your first exposure, the first experience. I understood that that was a lot disunited, and that made him an anti-globalist subsequently, and he started it all telling me that it all began when he first received the lies about that disaster on TV. Let me clarify this issue. There were what we had till the end of 40s, till the end of 50s, at the beginning of 50s, the same atmospheric condition we cannot have. That was all actually because we had the nuclear test, nuclear weapon test in the air, in the water, and that's contamination. Nobody is discussing that, but it was much higher than from that Chernobyl cloud, because it was not that local. It was evenly spread originally. I mean, the nuclear weapon tests. The tail was local for the Chernobyl disaster. It was in the US, in the atolls, and in Kazakhstan, in the USSR, next to China. China, the Soviet Union would make those tests, and they would use the winds. If they would blow to China, they had tests in the USSR, and otherwise, and was reciprocated. And we understand the cancer incidence rate in the world, and our task now is to prevent any kind of disaster, this kind, for the future, because nobody would probably start a nuclear war if we add to the bullion we're living in some kind of even however local nuclear We are in the same boat, you see. It's definite killer. Now let me tell you about the families of the liquidators. The evacuation of the family. That evacuation started first. They went to the closer villages and towns. In Vancouver, I was filming that footage on the encampment for the displaced persons from Pripyat, the town of Pripyat. They wore the same kind of clothes because they had, for ladies, they had some kind of managed codes, and she said she was signing in the form and said sorry for doing it so slowly, but I have to hold my code because it's oversized, and there's nothing, just a gown, 90 beneath, and the personnel of the NPP, the boys from there, they were mobilized and they wouldn't go anywhere else. They just went to the Kaskovi summer camp. They were trying to sleep in the children's beds, and they didn't know about the destiny of their families. They were fighting the after effects. This is a separate matter. Nobody would write about things happening at the plant after the accident. We knew about the situation around the site and the area, the exclusion zone subsequently, but nobody knew about the situation. The third unit, the first, the second, and they lost the power. And the firefighters, when they liquidated, they were liquidating, they were not supposed to. They actually flooded all the battery farms in the basement, and the commissioning was made much more difficult. About there was disconnection. The disconnection was our task. Was one of the examples of how it was all delegated to the people of lower ranks. And somebody is arguing that they made a disaster. Now they have having the pensions. Every unit, one should understand, this is for nitrogen. This is hydrogen bombs. And we would have a volcanic landscape here in Ukraine. All Europe would die, inclusive of the US, devastated by a tsunami. And we would have glassy desert here all over the place around Chernobyl. Now about that person who said that there was a lot of lie being broadcast. The 25th anniversary, when we had it, there's this charitable organization in Dortmund in Germany. They had that exhibition, mobile exhibition, to commemorate the 25th anniversary. They invited us to participate. There was some interest, but it was a bit low. And 50 towns in Germany, they had it, and then they repeated it, had it again in autumn. It wasn't a hype, you know, because Fukushima happened on the eve of the 25th anniversary, and immediately the interest grew exponentially, and people started taking interest. It was like a warning signal from God after another quarter of a century. Don't play with nuclear energy. That was the message, the way I read it. It's never peaceful, unfortunately, as far as humanity is concerned. We cannot actually tame it. Japan was supposed to be the leader of world technologies. Had the same problems, of course. They had 15-meter They calculate for 15 meters of tsunami it was much bigger. The human error, the natural disasters caused by man-made ones, about 500 NPPs in the world. There's this potential threat and great danger. I would like to add to the observation. Japan, they have the same problems with the information. The same as we had, because this society is like a closed box, and there are no liquidators recognized in that status. The government is prepared to bring people back to the decommitted territories. They demonstrate that there are airfields with great warehouses with the removed soil. The people can come back and do agriculture, some agriculture. Japan is on volcanic soil. The fertile soil is 5 to 6 centimeters. What can be grown there? This is one thing, one consideration. And secondly, this contamination has a trend. There's this human factor. If you have no humans there, it is clean, but human beings will bring back all the contamination, like Kiev, Vyzhorod here, and satellite town. The concrete was brought from Vyzhorod to create the sarcophagus. And Vyzhorod is not less dangerous than Chernobyl itself because of this shuttling, the trucks coming back and forth. So bringing people back to the contaminated territories now, it's too early, but the government, they are advocating for that, and that's their pet project. And we are trying to create a network of NGOs there to stop this, because for the Japanese, it's a new thing. They are not ready because they still have the remnants of the feudal society. We have in contact with some Japanese organizations, and they always have this hesitation. If it's a governmental agency, we have to reconcile this with the mayor's office, this and that. We have to compare the notes for the messages, like in the Soviet times. And we can say that, yes, but we have to get the consent and this propaganda on TV, because some TV projects, TV shows that of the state-owned TV, they have just one approach to that, the reconciled one. But let's come back to the liquidators. I remember watching some documentary. There was a well-known character, Valeriy. I remember you gave me his context, but he was not unavailable because of the coronavirus. He was telling us that the liquidators at that time, they were young people, men predominantly, and future fathers. 600,000 people brought to Chernobyl, exposed to radiation, and then they came back to their homes all over the Soviet Union. How did that influence the genophonds? And what can you tell to this? The number of abortions in 1996, 97, Ukraine never experienced before. Had never experienced before. We had that gap, generation gap, about 5 to 6 years ago, because there was a very small generation. And that was because that period, they had no birth. And there was that gap, and that was actually closed out. Now, about the young people. Yes, for the first period, we had soldiers, even the infantry personnel carrier. I remember there was the driver from Kostroma in Russia, and he was sitting on the panzer, and you know how what kind of exposure. He was drinking his milk from a package and eating some bread. We had no time for any other arrangements. We were doing what we were doing. But every day, people had to receive information on the developments in the area. And the soldiers who were working in those early days, they were there for a month, and then they were replaced with the reservists, and the selection was for the people being above 35 to 40. The reservists were of the appropriate age, but first nobody would ask any questions. His technicians was sergeant, young lieutenant, NCOs, yes. So the first, the acutest stage, the first days, the very first days, where they had no business to look after those boys and look who they actually had. After that, young people wouldn't be dispatched to the area, and we demanded that women also stayed away, because in the early days we had female paramedics and ambulance crews there. In Chernobyl, they had ladies, and there are still some ladies. Not on the site, but 20.5 kilometers away from the NPP, and it was more or less calm there, more or less safe. That is. So that is about the young generation. People in their 30s and their 40s, they can have children. We know that. The doctors prohibited any kind of children for me. So I had just one child, and I never had any children after that. I can add that I had a son in 1985, but the doctors after that wouldn't recommend any kind of procreation. It was also my decision not to have any more children, because maybe not your children, but your grandchildren, great-grandchildren can suffer from it, the posterity, because it's all genetic, you know. So you decide not just for yourself, but for the future generations. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. All the medical personnel, they knew about it and still know. They retain their silence. It's not about being silent, but it is not a matter of public discussion. There are some German studies where they say that 600 million people in Europe, they have the traces of GNA. 600 million, it's all the population of Europe. But this is not just one generation, but many generations. And there is the research on abortions in Europe at that time. Just one country was extinct. The population of this country disappeared. People do not like discussing such things among themselves. In the context of Chernobyl, they play heroes. But this topic, they wouldn't discuss. There are many stories about women who then were pregnant and given Minsk. They were forced to abort their children. Not forced, but they would be strongly advised. And that topic was a closed one, like many others of the same sort. That was the decision of the chief senator, doctor of the USSR for Kiev. The level of contamination of milk and other food products was 10 times higher than it was supposed to be.
So the before and after the accident, the level of contamination of foodstuffs was there was a huge difference. But as far as I know, in most countries of the world, all NPPs are privately owned. This is true for Japan and for the US. And 3 Mile Island, for instance. And in the US, there are no government-owned NPPs. And if any accident happens, the owner, of course, has insurance, but it will have to pay the cleanup workers and so on. They will simply hire individuals and pay them. And if there's a risk to life, of course, the pay is much higher and so on. If I understand, the Soviet Union at the time simply had no funds to pay people. And the Soviet Union simply told people, look, guys, just do the job, but we'll consider you heroes. But 5 years later, Soviet Union disintegrated and Ukraine inherited all these commitments and obligations. So my question is, what, when you were a young cleanup worker, were you told that you're a hero? And if something goes wrong with your health, we will look after you for the rest of your life? Yes, indeed. Legislation was passed, a special ministry was created that was dealing with cleanup operations and looking after the cleanup workers. And the law is still in force. However, it's not being enforced. Most importantly, there is no state program to mitigate the consequences of the accident. We still don't know what happens and what is being done. There is no plan, there is no program, there is no government agency that deals with it. And in fact, in the parliament of Ukraine, there has always been a special committee that deals with it, but it's no longer there. There's a committee under social policy, but there's nothing, they don't do anything about Chernobyl. And the Minister of Social Policy deals less and less with after effects of Chernobyl. All this time, it's been 35 years now since NPP. All our rights and pensions and benefits we have to fight for in court. This is as much as heroes is concerned. The state only remembers about us once a year on the 26th of April. All these years we've been trying to fight for our rights, especially this concerns financial support. So this is the answer. We also organize rallies, and so we are not young anymore, and we're not exactly in the best of health. And to get together, it's hard these days. And under Ombudsman, There are some people who deal with Chernobyl issues, and we get together via Zoom. More or less, this is a tool that helps us to make some decisions. But they make a report for an hour and then they leave 10 minutes for our discussions. But we need to change the attitude to this, not because we need it only, but because this paints the picture of the state, of the government. It really is telling how the government treats these people. And some aspects are neglected. See, if, just to give you an example, in the past, they used to say that a cleanup worker is a problem for the state. But if there are no cleanup workers, there are no problems. It's easier to lay the flowers to the memorial, or perhaps you should pay a bit more attention to them while they're still alive. Because if that's how we're treated, the war will be over and we'll enjoy peace. But the guys who are protecting us, they will have the same treatment, I'm sure. The topic of Chernobyl is a multifaceted problem, and the after effects of Chernobyl is similar to COVID-19 because it's something that happened in China, then it was leaked to the rest of the world. So if we can't solve the problem of Chernobyl consequences, there is an understanding and a feeling that this might be repeated again. But we need to learn our lessons and understand what can be improved. I have quite a few questions, and then we will talk about payment of benefits. Speaking of COVID-19, the cleanup workers and people who suffered, they are in the risk group. How do they communicate with social security authorities? Because to have your rights protected, you need to go out, you need to meet people, communicate, and so on. So how do you live and how do you solve these problems under COVID-19 conditions? Let me tell you this. When vaccination started, I phoned the center and I told them, are there any benefits or privileges for the disabled? If you can move, no. But if you have the first group of disability, then we'll come over and give you the vaccination. As far as all the other groups, there are no benefits. I also thought perhaps there are some benefits. And through our Afghan group, we approached the medical staff, and in an organized fashion, they gave us the vaccine and went through vaccination. Now, Valeriy will tell you more. Well, you see, just like the whole Chernobyl, COVID-19 is multifaceted problem. So during the pandemic, half of cleanup workers it is recommended not to get vaccinated. Otherwise, they don't recommend, because oncology, diabetes, and if you add this vaccination, it may lead to people dying. So there are some various aspects that are dubious, and we don't know whether the consequences of vaccination will be positive. As far as privilege is concerned, no privileges, no one even cares about this on a daily basis. We're trying to get free medicine. We get prescription, but no one pays for them. It's for 4 months now. Or if they become available, it's just for 1 or 2 days. And so it's just too short of a window of opportunity. So this is a new aspect. So, you see, if pensions were decent, then cleanup workers wouldn't try to get a free prescription, both for treatment and rehabilitation, and not just rehabilitation in this country, but perhaps even abroad. In Germany, in the UK, they were ready to give us assistance. Funds become available just for a day or 2. Have you heard of Oleksandr Syrota? He's also a pilot. Me-8. He was piloting Me-8. Then he returned to Leningrad military district. He's Lithuanian. His pension is 1,500 euros. When communicating to state bodies and social security service, does COVID make things more difficult? Are offices still open and you can go and see social workers when you need to? It's more a question that we need to ask Ukrainian organizations. But in Solominsky district in Kiev, we don't observe this. No, not separately, just like everyone else. Okay, then, speaking of payments, can you tell me what privileges the cleanup workers are entitled to? But you see, not everyone knows exactly what people are entitled to. I can tell you that in addition to pension, we get 456 hryvnia. So it's around 15 hryvnia or 12 pounds. I was once interviewed by a German journalist. She said, but this is just to have coffee. So indeed, if you think free transportation, yes, it's privilege. Or if you can travel also once a year in Ukraine. Many people might think there are many, but in fact, I don't see them. The main important privilege is a decent pension, as it is paid in the EU, the Baltic states. Like, they get 1,500 euros pension. I think that's a decent pension that would enable us to feel protected financially. And it means you can spend money on rehabilitation, on maintaining your health. They say money doesn't buy you happiness, but without the money, it's hard. As far as payment for communal services, they said, well, let's see, we will pay you using funds to cover your bills, your communal bills. I know that for oligarchs, this would be quite suitable, but with galloping inflation, this is not permissible. So for us, it's best to leave it the way it is written in the law. We get privileges for electricity, for housing, medical privileges. The only thing we have is we can get a prescription for medicines that don't really work, which is effectively a small discount. Foreign cleanup workers from Azerbaijan, for instance, or Kyrgyzstan, they come to Truskovets, for instance, and in the past they were charged an upper rate, but now they pay the same as we pay, but their pension is double our pension, and they're quite happy. So what should you get? Higher pension? No, that not everyone gets. But recently, Law 455 was passed. I spoke to Sasha Syrota. His mother was evacuated from Pripyat, and his minimum pension was 2,400 hryvnia. And in the summer, we wanted to speak about her. So now, starting from September, they reassessed her pension, and now they are paying her more. And the medicine that is supposed to be paid free of charge, what else?
The National State Center of Radiation Medicine, that was the principal entity for all Europe, principal hub for diagnostics, examination, and research in biological and medical aspects. So one Chernobyl liquidated per day. It's 13 hryvnias for meals, 18 hryvnias for the drugs, medical drugs, that is. So how can we utilize that? Can you buy a pill for that kind of price, of that kind of money? Well, that's what we have. That's what we've got. So they also have to compensate 70% of all the surgeries, right? That's what I was told. We used to have the foundation at the same center I was referring to for the surgeries. And that was some kind of compensation, partial at least. Now it is impossible to get from our Center of Social Protection to get any kind of permit, and not to mention the compensation. In real terms, they cannot get that, especially considering that it's distant work now. The correspondence takes years. There are some diseases that take a month to kill a person. These are your privileges. These are privileges for you. But I would like to that when we had that state program, it was all broken down into items and sub-items, and would be executed budget-wise. This is the attitude problem. That was very characteristic. We have no free medical care. How can it be free? How can it possibly be a surgery? You have to put your name on the waiting list, and you can be dead by the time you get your chance. So it's all financial, always. I am assigned as a military officer to the hospital. Once a year we are to be examined. It's mandatory with us, the examination, with the test and all that. But we have the pharmacy at the hospital providing 100 to 200 hryvnias worth of medical drugs. If it is more expensive, you have to buy it from your own pocket. So there is no such thing as free medical care. It's all a cost, and always so. I have another question. Liquidators have the right to get flat accommodation and a plot of land. Was it actually implemented in the Soviet time? There is such right, it's in the law. But there are lots of things also written on the walls, the graffiti. Do you know of any case when pilots or helicopter crew members would get any kind of flats? I went as Vice President when I was still in active military service, and it was so humiliated. It was much easier to fight the disaster than to fight the red tapes, they say. I remember one of the anniversaries. I was still in active service back then. And we are in Darnice, there is this the church and the monument, and we would lay flowers on the Kuchma, Mr. Kuchma's president. And he was taking his rounds, just saying hello to everyone there. And I approached him and said, I'm Major, sorry, I had 11 flights to the reactor and then Afghanistan, and I'm still without any accommodation, and I could see no clearing, I said. Then he responded on the spot. Some people from the mayor's office came to approach me. I was put on the waiting list, and they said, Major, you have your flats. But it wasn't that optimistic. As it turned out, I got a letter. Nobody would invite me to any office. I just received the letter from the mayor's office that they were aware of the military officer who was on the waiting list. So I just had to wait for my turn. I went to the presidential administration. They said in the reception room that I had to go to the mayor's office again. I came back to the mayor's office, and I will remember this for the rest of my life. I entered that office, and there was a special office, civil office, civil 7. He was looking me straight in the eye and asked, "Why have you come here? It's your generals who should provide you." And he said this to my face. I was shocked. I was in my uniform. I was so shocked. And then he took his time to read about my background. He got a bit softer. He said, "You have to call Mr. Pshenichny." Do you remember this name? I called Mr. Pshenichny using the intercom from the office directly, and he actually yelled at me, and he said, "What do you want? What do you want from me? You got your answer. You are on the waiting list. Just wait. If you don't like the waiting list, you can sue us." And he hung up on me. And that's about this helicopter destiny. We wouldn't say, we wouldn't admit that that was the attitude. So here's the situation. It all depends on the local authorities and how they have to face the situation. There are thousands of people in Kiev waiting for their flights. The liquidators, among them, there are many Kievans who were born and bred in Kiev. So they are on the waiting list for 30 years now. But all our counselors get their flats immediately when they take the oath and get sworn into their office. And they never give up the flats because they privatize them. And the people with the privileges have no other place to go to. So I remember the 35th anniversary, the 26th of April in Lviv, Mayor said we provided 16 flats additionally. 16 he provided, but the local community is very active. They have pilots of Chernobyl, and it is led by one well-known liquidator. So, and in the field and also in the capital, this should be all corrected, the Chernobyl aspects. The 20th time, I'm telling you that this is going to be realistic only when and if we have the state program for this liquidation. And let me just say about liquidators who are disabled now because of their service in the area. I'm talking about the military on their behalf. But regardless, civilian or military, the diseases they suffer from can be explained only by their duty inside. It's about 40,000 people in Ukraine. Still around for 40 million. Is it much? I'm asking you. 2 years ago, they gave us a new ID. We used to have participants of liquidation. Then when Ukraine regained its independence, we had different ideas. So was related to registration. 2 years ago, we got our status of liquidators back, not victims or sufferers. We were divided into categories. There are victims, there are liquidators, and a different color of the IDs. And we would think that we could expect some state decisions on the finance, at least, but It's been 2 years after that placement of IDs, but we can see no developments whatsoever. And I'm telling you again, is it difficult for this category of people to have some pension, something good, something of value? It's 45, 55. It shouldn't be a flat sum, because it says in the law that it should be 6, 8, 10 minimal pensions, depending on the category of disability. And now we have a flat amount, you see, and you should understand the pensions change. They get in index, but not the flat sums. And some people just gave up. And if you breach this law once and get away with it, it's like a football that you can kick as much as you can. It's 18,540 hryvnias. Since starting from December, they will make it 19,000 something. But the limits should be removed. This is the issue, and this should be resolved in court. Unfortunately, it takes a court proceeding. First of all, you have to fight for this pension. A court proceeding number one, and then to remove the limitation. Again, another lawsuit, another round of proceeding. Thank you very much for your commentaries, Oksana Varga. HELP Chornobyl is supposed to connect with us. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon, Oksana. We have been discussing the guaranteed things coming from the government, are supposed to come. They are not being paid, dispersed, the allowances and the flats and the subsidies of all sorts about land. My question to you is about that. Can you brief us on the situation with land? And what is that situation? As far as I understand, the victims of liquidation and the widows can get their land plots since 1986 or maybe 1991, when the law on Chernobyl was signed over. The situation is like this. With the Chernobyl law, we have the mandatory payments after approaches from the Chernobyl liquidators. You can have two purposes. First, for individual construction. If you have no flats provided, in that case, you can get this plot of land parcel for construction of individual housing, or the other option, it can be for gardening, for an orchard, or for a garage or a second home. Well, a cottage. And according to the statistics that we keep, some of our applicants would get flats, a big share. The majority are still waiting for 20 or 30 years they are, and they have no flats provided. So we suggested as an option, we developed the algorithm for with all the annexes and appendices. We consulted people how to fill in the forms, how to approach local governments with that issue. So this is supposed to be one size of lot. In the urban areas, in the rural areas, it's a different size, bigger one, of course. There are many liquidators, and all the victims actually, they are telling us that they realize that they have very slim chances of getting any kind of residential housing provided during their lives, because the queues don't seem to move at all. So they decided to try at least to get themselves some kind of a land plot. First of all, this will depend on the local authorities in the field that is, how they will respond to that, the local authorities, because nobody would come to them, and never they are surprised even to discover, sometimes astonished, that they have this right, that they're entitled. How that will work in practice, we'll see, and we'll monitor the process, of course, and accordingly we will discuss it publicly. If we have any kind of incompliance or delays. Do I get it right that to get a land plot we need to pick up the place and then apply formally with the package of documents to a municipal council, to the municipality, and takes 6 months, the minimum, the maximum, then you can do something. Well, the procedure is not that cumbersome, it's general. You write an application, there is a form for that, and it should be your community. The purpose of use should be indicated. If they want a land plot, the size roughly, because there are some grades according to the purpose. For gardening, not more than 0.12 hectare. For construction in the rural areas, not more than 0.25. For the urban areas, not more than 0.15. And to this, we should attach some sketches. The sketches where you point to the place where you the actual locality of that land plot. The cadastre file, and you can see all the available plots. You can pick up the one you prefer and put all the documents together, indicate the actual plot, and you can apply to the local authorities. According to the law, from the point of filing, it should take not more than a year. It's not like should be, it shall be. That's what the law says. Within 12 months. How this is reviewed at the sessions of the councils, whether they will satisfy or won't satisfy such a request. We just speculate. I wouldn't like to. So if they fail to do it within a year, what will happen? Well, again, the only way is to go to court with this. There's no other way, I'm afraid. All right, so I would like to ask you, gentlemen, whether you have any land plot. The Union Chernobyl of Ukraine once had that action for all the regions of Ukraine. Every community would apply to the local authorities, and the majority of them received such plots in Kiev region because it's closer to Chernobyl. That's the irony of it. You understand? So that's where you belong, right? And here, if you say that you can get a pick, take a pick, the cadastre have to find a plot. This is nonsense. You can find a plot, but they would say we have a different design for this one, a different idea as to how we should use it. But and then what the sketch? To create the sketch, you have to apply to some private business and that they can get this sketch. And the cadastre of the occupied and not occupied ones.
There are no maps like this because regional authorities have their own maps, and when you come you find that the plot that you wanted is already gone, is no longer available. And there are so many steps you have to go through, and at every step you have to pay and get this paper and that paper and one document and the second document. But eventually, when you get to the final stage, that plot becomes so expensive you can't afford it. Oksana, could you tell us about the status of cleanup workers' widows? Because if I understand correctly, widows could also get some subsidies and some benefits. Widows of cleanup workers, in fact, enjoy the same rights and compensations. So in my opinion, it's all clear. But I never heard of this. I had no idea that they can inherit these rights. Yes, a wife and children of the cleanup worker after his death can enjoy the same privileges. We must have spent up to 10 years to amend Chernobyl legislation, and we indeed amended it finally. But in addition to the law, there is enabling legislation, and if within 10 days of the death of the cleanup worker, if she doesn't process all the documents, she loses all the privileges. And then through court, it's very hard to do it, because the law doesn't provide for the opportunity to renew your rights through court. So this is a considerable problem, and we've been trying hard to solve this problem. Recently, they extended 10 days to 30 months to 30 days. But if someone lives in the village, traveling to regional district center or county office, it takes a long time, and these days it's so hard. And so there are loopholes, and the government is doing all it can to avoid paying these privileges to widows. So there is red tape that you have to go through on all this rigmarole. For instance, organs of government had to respond only within 10 days, now within 1 month. So we never get responses. Yes, when I phone them, they also respond forever. I can't even get a reference number from them. Oksana, could you tell us something about the status of children of Chernobyl? Children of Chernobyl, it means children under 18. So nowadays, they are all adults, So I never came across a child of Chernobyl who is still 17 years old, for instance, or underaged. But now, in other words, they used to enjoy this, right? So when they were underage, but not anymore. Valeriy, what could you add? See, children and children, the disabled, or children with disabilities, this category under current legislation is only covered until the age of 18. In Japan, hypocrisy, those who still suffered, there's still hypocrisy, the state supports them, and the doctors watch them, and so on. And here, children of Chernobyl is just, they're like, they have no rights. The moment you turn 18, you lose your rights. Is it true that some illnesses can be inherited? And if someone got this illness, it will be hereditary? Yes, because it's part of the genome. So it would make sense to follow up all these people and give them privileges and have doctors keep an eye on them and support these individuals and their offspring because of the genome that's being, which is because it's hereditary. Well, if children got disability because of Chernobyl, it happened during the accident on the territory of the state, so the state should take responsibility for this. Perhaps the state could take that, but unfortunately the way this country is run, it's not the case. We asked for help on numerous occasions, and our NGO and individually. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. And my impression is that these people just, they don't care. Oksana, could you tell us about the criminal case, about this person from Lubny? If you could tell us, well, let me explain to you in layman terms. Just a second. Within Chernobyl project, we're trying to understand the situation with privileges and what works and what doesn't. Because it's clear that land is no longer issued to Chernobyl cleanup workers. There is access to online map where you can see all the available land. So now we'd like to follow some problems and some high-profile cases. And in the town of Lubny, there is one story. What happened in Kharkiv? It dates back to the fact that Chernobyl Medical Hospital became a hospital for COVID-19 patients. Chernobyl cleanup workers were against this. So the negotiations dragged on for a long time. Eventually, they failed to understand each other, and they said, okay, we'll look into this. There was a protest against this because they failed to understand each other. And on the territory of the hospital, the cleanup workers who were undergoing treatment there participated in this protest. The police arrived, and they were supposed to maintain public order. So, to long story short, the person who was treated there, a cleanup worker, when the ambulance came, they were bringing another cleanup worker from a different hospital with confirmed COVID-19 diagnosis. But in that hospital, they had no equipment, how to treat this person. And when ambulance was driving through, they opened the gates, the police would shut the gates, and there was a fight. So the policeman fell down and he felt bad. And it was the way it was presented that one of the cleanup worker knocked him down and hurt him. Now this individual is under investigation. Now this cleanup worker has complications. His state of health is very poor, and all the evidence, including the video evidence and all the witnesses who were interrogated, no one said they saw the cleanup worker beat up the police officer. They said, I couldn't see anything. I only saw that he fell on the ground. Now, based on the opinion of the defense lawyers who deal with this case and who are investigating this case, it looks like it was the whole thing was framed, and apparently it's an attempt to tell the cleanup workers, just sit tight and don't yap too much. Otherwise, we won't help you and we'll put you behind bars. So it's the local cleanup workers believe that this is a basically an intimidation operation conducted by the police, who fall over in a theatrical fashion without no reason, trying to set up cleanup workers, and next week there'll be a court hearing, and one has to go through the procedures to the very end. We are watching this, and we'll see what this will actually lead to. And why the police officer was beat up, no one knows whether it was actually true or not. Thank you. Valeriy, could you comment on this, please? Well, the government doesn't like Chernobyl cleanup workers. That's true, because this is the only organized force. And what has been happening in Kharkiv, I think regional Kharkiv Chernobyl should take this under their control, and they should demand all the documents. Now there is the law in force, and the organization that is going to oversee this, they can demand copies of all the documents from court, because there is this tendency that documents after this disappear. That includes the existing video. And as far as clashes with the police, well, it has always been the case. We're always accused of this. For example, we are accused of blocking the road. But if there are 1,500 people, they get together near the cabinet of ministers, of course they block the road, because there isn't enough space for people to hold their rally. The only tool we can use is civil disobedience. And we're fighting for our state. Thank you, Oksana, for your comments. Just to remind you, if you are a cleanup worker, please visit helpchernobyl.com. You can fill out your form and get advice from a lawyer. This project is supported by Eastern Europe Fund, and it is also supported by the European Union. The project has recently been launched, so of course we can't guarantee that we will have quick, positive decisions, but we've been collecting information to improve this methodology. So within the next month, we'll tell you more about this. I think it's quite demonstrative because it shows how Chernobyl cleanup workers are treated these days. And that includes the story of Kharkiv situation. And so people in Kharkiv had their experience. I spoke to Lubmi as far as I know. I wanted to ask you the following question. Are there any examples, similar examples of unfairness?
Ну так, так, не все.
Саме ставлення до чорнобильської теми вже несправедливість.
What do you mean by injustice? The very attitude taken is unjust. I can tell you about one thing that strikes me very much. This is remedy, court remedy for the pensions and allowances, what is really a shameful thing. Even regardless of the decisions, they are not enforced for years because the pension fund wouldn't disperse any pensions according to the court decision. Well, now the Ukrainian courts are one thing, but some of the liquidators go to the European Court of the European courts, but the decisions of such courts are not enforced in Ukraine either. This is the lack of responsibility, irresponsibility as regards your own citizens. And this is a certain category of sufferers, of victims. And the government has some obligations. It's not just doing your own thing. And you have a positive obligation, not just to provide for citizens, but also to reinforce the decisions of the European courts and demand an European Court of Human Rights. So it's such a shame. It's such a unpleasant experience, even if you take a case, one case, an individual case. But this is not an individual case. This is a system. This is the attitude as regards victims of Chernobyl. The liquidators know court decisions are reinforced. Enforced, sorry, and reinforced. And that is a declaration that stays on paper, looks beautiful, but in practice, in fact, we have the totally opposite thing happening. Unfortunately, have you anything to add to this? I have already mentioned we have even a decision of the Constitutional Court. Cannot get any higher in the hierarchy of our judicial system. And this is a well-known, for some notorious decision on other sides, that the law on Chernobyl should be constitutionally enforced for the three categories of disabled people, 6, 8 to 10 minimal pensions. For the retired people, it is not enforced. They have some resolutions adopted in conflict with the law in order to avoid enforcement of this one. I don't know of any other state. Maybe this is something, the game they are playing for some years now. Chernobyl is actually an epitome of those games. The laws are adopted and you have to reinforce. It's all about money. It's all about funding. And the government have to look for some loopholes. They amend something, they cancel the minimum and disbursements of all sorts, and they use some excuses. So they delegate that to the executive body, and the constitutional court, of course, repeals all the novelties. But it doesn't gain anything, unfortunately. Based on the decision of the Constitutional Court, they are supposed to receive the money that the decisions, so even of the Constitutional Court, are not enforced. Even if I win in my case, I have no chances to get anything. Because he's the neighbor, he's the comrade of mine, he's a colleague of mine, and they get nothing. The pension fund wouldn't just disperse. And so what should we do? We attack the building of the fund by storm. What can we do? How can we advocate? I would like to tell you here that however strange it might sound, but in some parts of Ukraine, this is resolved to some degree. But Kiev, the capital, and the region constitute the biggest problem. It's supposed to be a model municipality, a model region for enforcement, for implementation. We understand that the courts are overloaded, the pandemic effect, and in the field in some other regions, these issues are solved, and the courts are more or less operational. The enforcement is more or less all right, and people get their pensions with the indexation. But in Kiev, it's the biggest problem. For 18 months after the decision, they cannot have this recalculated and disbursed. Most importantly, I do not know what's the way out of the situation, because I myself for 18 months have had this case pending. It's a single payment for a disabled person as a liquidator. So it's about your health status. You are recognized as disabled people or have the second category since 2010. Well, we wouldn't think about some allowances, wouldn't think about some obligations of the state and hence of the government. Within 3 years, that was the deadline. But when I discovered that the state was supposed to pay me once, that single payment, I filed an application and received an answer that you had 3 years. Now it's all expired, but it is not. People would get their money back, but applying to courts now, I have done it myself, but it's pending for 18 months. And I'm not supposed to see the claimant, sorry, the defendant in my case. It's a fast-track procedure. I filed that application, came to the administrative court of the city of Kiev. I wanted to use the fast-track procedure, but there was no expediency used in my case. And here you can see the results. That's the system at work, the judicial system, I mean. Thank you. I have a question from the floor for Valeriy. How the state medical register of victims is doing? Is it there and is it helpful? The register has been assigned to different agencies, the Ministry of Defense, the Center for Radiological Medicine. They all have their own registers. Our principal register is from that of the Center for Radiation Medicine. We are in cooperation with the Medical Academy of Science or Academy of Medical Science. So this is not just helpful, it's our work. It's our duty to do it. We're working on it, and we always approach respective bodies to solve the problems that we have: realistic, chronic, and chronic diseases. And figuratively speaking, we had the COVID-19 patients, and in the same hospital we have people doing the rehabilitation from our midst. So they are exposed to another danger, as you can understand. But we'll see how it turns out. Our government is sometimes unpredictable. Sorry. And this is the state register, the same, right? That was created under the law. No, there's no state register. It existed when we had the program, and has been rearranged, but there's no state register. Ministry of Social Policy have their own. The Center for Radioactive Medicine have their own. And the Ministry of Defense had their own. So there are three at least. Or they were supposed to create the state register, which is legally registered with the Ministry of Justice. They have this legal address. It's near Zhytomyrsky metro station, but I was trying to talk to them through the door, at least for a month. I would try, we have this register of the Ministry of Defense, a Ministry of Emergency for emergency situation. This information is closed because it's a medical secret. There are names, the personal data, and personal data protection. But that's the register to provide information for the Ministry of Social Policy for the status of people, their disabilities, number of people, for the calculations of that such allowances. I also talked to both ministries, former ministers, and they would say that since 2016 it's been closed because there's no funding, there's no budget line, and you can not do anything, you can do nothing about it. And of course, this is pointing the figures, but without any money, you cannot do anything. But the Minister of Social Policies taking information on the number of victims, they explained to me that it was the latest information through the state register, and then they had the average, annual average for the liquidator, the loss of liquidators, because people just die out every 3 months. They updated, but updated arithmetically, but it has no evidence as a basis, and for so many years now we have no information updated. And I had that question that's about science and research and for the liquidators and the victims, because when they had Chernobyl, many people, many scientists from Japan came over just to see how it was developing, because when they had Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they had no capacities and no available powers. Now then the economy developed, they had to live with such victims and wanted to know what happened back then to understand the situation better, because they had encountered the situation. They started working with the victims in terms of science, understand how radiation had its impact on the organism 25 years after the bombing. And they came to Chernobyl to see what was happening to the people, to the nature, wildlife, to extrapolate. And the research of radiation exposure for humans, that was a very important thing that we have in Ukraine. So Chernobyl and as a testing field, and also the human resource, the liquidators, the victims who suffer from the after effects, bodily suffer after the years, they have some problems in their bodies and how they die, and other things. This research is unique, and we have to know about it, because nobody wants to have another Chernobyl, and nobody wants to do that, to risk that. This is our unique chance to get the information. It was put together. I didn't know what it was like, but we know about the medical programs, that are closed and has been for a long time. The Chernobyl hospital specialized and the state register that was supposed to absorb that unique information, did it disappear? I wonder, or whether we have any approach to it, access to it. With different agencies, I understand that they still keep registers, but the state register that was enshrined in the law on the Ministry of Healthcare, they said that it was closed in 2016. I didn't know who to talk to. I was knocking at all the doors for the interview, and then to get to know about the actual situation, what happened to that data. So it would be good if we can manage that and get the access renew, because this information used to stay on paper. They had the hard copies in the Soviet times. When they started collecting that information, the data is not available anymore. Perhaps in 5 to 10 years it will all disappear, physically get disintegrated. Because in Chernobyl Museum they have a couple of maps and with the encrypted representation. If people don't know what it is, they cannot decipher it. So for the state register, this is a very big issue for the experts who work there. And this is a very urgent problem. People, then Professor Konovalov, perhaps you've heard of him. Yes, I have. He had that collection of embryos, and he was telling me he was a very open person, and he knew about it a lot. He died. There's no collection. There's no trace of it. They do not know what his last address was. So we lose unique experts and unique expertise, and every year of staying idle ends up in this grave deterioration of the situation and lack of understanding of the situation with the liquidators. So we understand that the liquidators do not get any younger. They do not grow in numbers. They actually are dying out, and they cannot stand up for their rights and numbers, and the situation is worsening. So I have a question. What are the most urgent things we have to do now? Maybe 3 things you can think of to change the situation for any better with the allowances and the allowances specifically, because I would like to say that we have to come back to the budget and what should be done actually. Should we change the law or how should we influence the government? If the law is not enforced, what should be done additionally to make it work? If we discuss any change from the attitude from the mass media as regards liquidators, some people think that they have all died. 1,500 likes, 200 comments, and people say, I was the liquidator, and they say, we are great respect. What kind of liquidator you lie? People all died. I'm still around, they say. And some people argue that they all died. Real liquidators who did the liquidation, they died. And you just purchased an ID, a false ID. And that is the social survey of our sort. And people think that everyone died, and they think that liquidators, they are parasites for all their lives. And what should be done to make this effective? For 30 years, you know, nothing has changed. Within 2 or 3 years, it is difficult to accomplish that. We need a breakthrough starting from the president, the cabinet of ministers, and the parliament. This is point number 1. Point number 2 about the liquidators themselves. That's drama, this British-American Chernobyl. Well, it's a matter of taste, but I would tell you one thing. It harvested lots of awards, and it actually drew the veil away and presented the people. And me, myself, my friends are very grateful to the creators of this film, because we are now in the focus. We are on the radar screen. As the saying goes, they remember the government, the president, three divers were so-called were represented with the hero of Ukraine awards and decoration. One of them died before that, but if it hasn't been for the film, nobody would give them that award. And then I now remember the liquidators, the UK.
I gave interview to Daily Express, and people would come up and talk to us and shake hands. They watch the film, they see helicopters flying above the reactor, and suddenly there's this guy who actually did it. Not from the movie screen, but from real life, in the flesh. And of course, it's a show, and there are some inaccuracies regarding helicopters, but they did convey the atmosphere of the time, and they also showed the Soviet way of life. The equipment, the props were great, and it was deeply moving. But strange as it may seem, no Ukrainian or Russian film director came up with the idea to create a movie like this here, but foreigners did. But as far as the state is concerned, cabinet ministers, the parliament, MPs have to work on this, and people are dying every day, and every year we bury our colleagues. As far as the film is concerned, all I can say is that all these years I was trying to tell the world about what happened as a journalist, as a reporter, but there was little reaction over here. So we can radically change the situation only when the state program on Chernobyl mitigation is approved. Second stage, a government agency has to be formed, a dedicated agency, a ministry perhaps, or a department within the cabinet of ministers that would oversee these things. So that vice prime minister, one of the vice prime ministers would take control of this and sees to it that things start moving. A third aspect, I believe Chernobyl topic should be raised at international level, because Ukraine can't cope on its own. There isn't enough material resources, and there's a lot of work to decontaminate the soil and bring back to life the hospitals that Chernobyl cleanup workers could use. There is no rehabilitation facility. There is one building in Pushevoditsa that is not being used. It hasn't received a penny of funding over the past 15 years. And people, when the cleanup workers, when they come for treatment, they have no specialized place to be hospitalized, where they would be treated by experts knowledgeable in the field and specializing in this field. So these three aspects are mandatory. I heard of this in Kiev. One of Chernobyl medical centers is closed in Kiev. Well, actually, many of those were closed. Now, the question is to downsize. The Radiation Medicine Center is one of those, but we are trying to avoid this. But we still have 170,000 cleanup workers who are being monitored by this center. And if it is shut down, then no one will care for these people. Well, I'd like to thank you for this discussion. We slightly went beyond our timing, but this was very useful. Thank you for your participation. Valeriy Makarenko, CHRNBL-Fukushima president, and Andriy Mizko, the helicopter pilot who used to dump lead on the exploded reactor and Nabat NGO. Thank you very much. Now we'll have Olena. Actually, a report from a Japanese journalist, Kouta Kinosita, and it is called Fundamental Changes in Human Society After Fukushima, Problems of Responding and Protection of Radiation. So I think because we discussed these issues, it might be interesting to hear about this from the Japanese representative.
I will talk about the fundamental changes in Japan after the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident, the changes in political system and limitations of citizens' movement on radiation protection side, which are not so obvious outside of Japan. At the time of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident, Democratic Party, a more liberal party, had been in power since 2009. Instead of the Conservative Party, Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, which had been in power for a long time. The LDP has been the main proponent of nuclear power in Japan. The Democratic Party of Japan, while not explicitly opposed to nuclear power, but is closer to the civil movement side of the political spectrum. However, when the nuclear accident occurred, it was unclear to what extent Prime Minister Naoto Kan was able to deal with the crisis. Prime Minister Naoto Kan was said to be the closest politician to the citizen movement in Japan. In particular, he created a situation where TEPCO, Tokyo Electric Company, would continue to operate the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. This led to a situation where the responsibility for the fundamental nuclear accident was limited to one company. It caused a lot of confusion. His administration appointed experts who underestimated health effects of the nuclear accident, and this became a trend of Japanese government after. Because of this situation, public was not speaking out much about the effects of the nuclear accident. In addition, there was a growing anti-nuclear left-wing movement in Tokyo and other parts of Japan, mainly Tokyo. But their anti-nuclear stance effectively included those of us who were talking about the health hazard of radioactive contamination in the metropolitan area. Their anti-nuclear activities became a movement that had a little to do with radioactive contamination. Within a few years, their activities lost its reality. Down, down, down. My active. In contrast to those movements, I used Facebook, Twitter, my personal blog to appeal for radiation protection and gained large leadership of citizens. At that time, I had as many as 100,000 readers, maximum. Most of them were women. I started the Radiation Protection Project organizations. In summer 2011, we conducted a survey of radioactive contamination of soil in Tokyo metropolitan area and other areas in Japan. After, I invited Dr. Bandajevsky in Ukraine to give a lecture on health risks of radiation throughout Japan and organized study session and conference for Diet members in Japan. Since 2012, there has been a move by the government to spread and incinerate radioactive debris across the country. Very confused matter. I have been involved in opposition movement. I played central role both theoretically and in the movement. In reality, this was the only way to fight the spread of radioactive contamination. Maybe only. The regime and some of the media treated it negatively. My active negatively treated. However, with the support of the residents of the less radioactive areas in Japan, we succeed in stopping the incineration in most of the areas in Japan. Next came the Abe administration, LDP of the Liberal Democratic Party. This government has made it clear that it will underestimate the impact of the nuclear accident and has been in power for a long time. Abe is long time. The bid for the Tokyo Olympic is the key point. They claim that since the Olympics can be held in Tokyo, the radiation has not affected people in Tokyo, in Japan. They said. Not only in Fukushima, but also in the Tokyo metropolitan area, there are people who moved areas where there was virtually no radioactive contamination, but they were made to be treated socially as a little old people. In fact, there is still a lot of activity that says it is good to go back to Fukushima. The local media, main local media, is also cooperating with this statement. I think that young people, children, and women of childbearing potential should be evacuated from the radiation-polluted Tokyo metropolitan area. I think I said, for this reason, I'm under constant attack in Japanese society. This is situation where political deception of the regime by the Abe administration is rampant in many things. It has become the norm in Japanese society to turn a blind eyes. Due to this situation, people on the defensive side of radioactivity who gathered using internet began to break down. However, the reality was that the majority of the people who came together were far less likely to speak out or act Japanese socially balanced manner, usually Japanese. When you understand this reality, there was a strong tendency for decent people to leave the movement. Especially in 5 years after, in 2016, 5 years after the nuclear accident, the number of people working on radiation protection side has decreased. I don't think I was wrong in what I said, but there was problem that people who heard from me were only a part of society, only part of society. I also regret that the social movement from the internet did not create continuous movement after 2011, which was practically the start of the movement in Japan. There is an ex-actor who was close to our stance, my stance, who once became a member of the Diet, but he changed his position to the point that he said too much about the bad effect on radiation. Very disappointed. LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party government, is pushing for restart of nuclear power plants. And I don't think we can expect any change in society soon, anytime soon. Just before this symposium, Kishida administration of the Liberal Democratic Party came to power in Japan. This was followed by the House of
Пішла
Representative election after this month. Will the LDP maintain its majority or will the opposition party win? I don't know. However, since priority is to deal with the corona and corona-related economic measures, there has not been much talk about nuclear power plants, nuclear accidents. In this situation, it remains difficult to know what the radiation protection side should do next. Very difficult. I am not a person who can make an empty promise, but I would like to create society in which Japanese people accept contamination as a natural matter of priorities, protection of the environment. I would like to create society where people are aware of radioactive contamination. The number of people who are aware of radioactive contamination is limited. I don't know if there are any effective measure that can be taken in Japan. There is no concrete effective solution. I'm currently working on a weekly live video, nearly live video field to help and try not to break the connection between people who are aware of such issues. It's all I can do. Sorry. It's not only about sharing awareness of radiation, but also about how to find people who can function on a social level. How do we find people who can function socially? I strongly believe that we need to establish a realistic way to do this. In Japan, where social movement, generally social movement are not highly regarded, such activities are difficult to begin with. I think my story is one that anti-nuclear group in Japan that usually are not mentioned. This time, as a person involved in the movement, I spoke frankly about the situation I was involved. If you have any question, please email me and I will respond to you individually in English. Thank you very much. Also, activist.
Ні, буде двоє, але насправді я Олену представлю і вийду з кадра потім. Всім доброго дня. Продовжуємо п'ятий заключний день Чорнобиль форуму. Сьогодні у нас питання реінтеграції ліквідаторів та
This is
постраждалих.
the fifth day of our Chernobyl Forum, National Forum and Exhibition. We are discussing today a very interesting topic because many people fail to understand the actual situation. There are many stereotypes related to Chernobyl and the liquidators and the victims, and it's all far-fetched. And we are trying to see what is happening behind the curtains, in the wings, and also for the people who are not very well versed in this. We discuss such things for the general public, and thanks to my predecessors here or our previous guests, we have Olena Pantsyuk from Pripyat. She'll discuss the social consequences for the victims and IDPs of Pripyat. She is a former dweller of Pripyat. It's a private story she would like to share, and I'm turning it over to her now. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Valeriy and Svitlana, first of all, because the topic that they're raising on the fifth day of this forum is so unrewarding: social protection, social rights. Nobody wants to touch it with a barge pole. So I'm very grateful to you for the opportunity to share the experience and the real state of affairs, and for sponsoring this forum, for the speakers that we've listened to for 5 days, and they were sharing these observations on the situation 35 days, years, sorry, after the day, the 26th of April, 1986. So this is all post-Chernobyl. Now, what I would like to tell you, 35 years have passed indeed, and I'm here with this album. You know that in Pripyat at our public presentations, I always use this rarity. This is a remembrance of my life, my classmates back in Pripyat when I was 13, when we had this evacuation from Pripyat, and the principal idea that I would like to get across to the international community and the Ukrainian general public, like 35 years ago, don't you forget that we are people from Pripyat, dwellers of the town of Pripyat. At the point of explosion, were in the epicenter of that explosion. The experts would say that that was not exactly the epicenter, 2 kilometers away, but we were the closest, human beings the closest to the place where the fourth reactor exploded. They say that we are no different from the general victim population, the IDPs. This is wrong. From the very beginning, it was wrong. There is this area of the epicenter from the explosion. On one of the days, somebody mentioned that it was not like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but like 500 bombs. And we are children of Pripyat. We're 17,000 at the point of explosion. We were in the epicenter. And before it all started, we had civilian defense lessons, and we would put on the gas mask within 30 seconds. That was the norm. But my dad was the only person to tell me that you stayed home. Something happened to the NPP. Nobody would tell us to use medical masks or gas masks or any kind of respirators. We were breathing it all in. The radioactive Anna Korolevska now will speak. There's a tag that they had 75 times higher than the norm. That was the radiation the background radiation. And so people from Pripyat back 35 years ago could not defend their right to be called Pripyat people, not Chernobyl people, because Chernobyl, you know, was far away, relatively far away from the NPP, but Pripyat was at NPP. That was built for our people, our parents, our folk who worked for the NPP, built it and operated it, manned it, and we were 13 years old back then. We evacuated and went to some summer camps because we could not come back home. We would say that we're not Chernobyl people. We were Pripyat people. That's the legal aspect. Nobody recognized that we were dwellers of Pripyat, the town of Pripyat. I have this ID for all of us. We all have it. It does not say that I was evacuated from Pripyat. I suffered as a result of Chernobyl accident. That's what it says. And I'm telling you in much detail because this is the social component, the social PEP. We were not recognized as the most suffering population. That is going for years. There's the certificate that says that I was at such and such address and was evacuated from it. But what are the rights and the social safeguards can be provided by such certificates from people like me, like myself, and many other people from Pripyat who have no disability category, the first category? They're not liquidators because we're children. We were 13 at that point. And the document for a payment, 228 hryvnias a month. That's the compensation. And food for better nutrition. And I am not sure whether the world wants to know this truth. People from the international mass media, the journalists come to me and they want me to talk about such remembrances. Yeah, it's traumatic even now, 35 years later. But I agree with one condition: to discuss not just the events of the past, but developments of the present. For Pripyat people in the time of pandemic, how can we buy any kind of medicine using the 228 hryvnias of vitamins? So Chernobyl is not far away. It's the time distance of 35 years. 3 times it would remind us of itself. Evacuation. When my dad told me that we were facing evacuation, it was a shock. What kind of evacuation? No war. But remember when the pandemic started with this coronavirus, COVID-19, some people from repatriating from China would not be accepted by the local population at Sanjari because they were evacuated. Some kind of condition which was dangerous for the public. I have this picture at the point of evacuation. We're teenagers, happy lives we led. Everyone would say that in Pripyat we had a very happy, progressive town. We were very positive in our attitude. We had the positive outlook. That's what we were like. And now we all of a sudden had those darkened, worn faces, and with the terrible word evacuation. The same with our people evacuated from China 35 years later, after the Chernobyl accident. Still, we had that same notion. And the government, the state, the public, when they feel indifferent, history would repeatedly remind us to teach us the lesson, finally. And we are trying with our public initiative. It's a matter of principle for me not to represent any NGOs. I do not would like to say that I'm advertising some kind of group of people or a party for that matter. I represent the community of Pripyat, those people who are still fighting for at least some minimum of a pension, because 35 years later we have that allowance, early retirement. We have 5 years prior the retirement age. So people who stayed for 2 days and exposed to radiation with high dosage exposure, 36 hours, and they retire. How can this be taken into account just because they have this early retirement 5 years earlier? But when they retire and have 23 or 2500, it's like my sister, she was a liquidator, 18 years old back then. She retired earlier, but with 2500 hryvnias, it's very difficult to live a month even in the country, in the rural areas of Ukraine, and we have to live on. We are not going around with a cap in our hands, but they say that they learned the lesson of Chernobyl, that we have overcome the after effects, perhaps environmental to a larger degree. More protection we have now at that site. We can visit Pripyat now, but that is not about facility so much, because we tend to forget about the people who built it, who populated that ghost town, and people that need a better environment. I talked to Tatiana Lukina. She was pregnant, she was evacuated from Pripyat, and she was affected by many problems with her relatives, immediate family, having bad health, and herself. So with that roll call, she updates the register of the survivors, because I haven't seen this register, the governmental one, I say. And they talk about it, but they say that they have 49,500, but how many survivors we have, nobody knows. According to her information, it's about 50%. For the children, 17,000 back in 1986. 1/4 survived. I don't think that this is a big thing for the budget to raise this from 200 at least to some subsistence level. Well, this is not to save anyone anymore. 200 or 2000, it's not, it's just a set of vitamins, and there's no better nutrition opportunity. But we should not be ashamed. We have to tell people that yes, they saved the world. Yes, you can see the yellow pages. I lived through them. My dad started working at the Chernobyl NPP in 1976. Yes, we saw the sand and the lead loads dropped from the helicopters. My dad was loading the sacks with his bare hands. Those people are gone, long since gone, but they were the saviors, the rescuers. They saved the world, and the state, the government should do something for that category of people, at least something, not to be exposed to that international shame and have shame on them. I would like to greet all the activists and the journalists. They are not afraid. Our people are not afraid of anything in that realm, but this is not a hot topic. This is not a hype. And in our remembrances, they can squeeze emotions and the ratings out of it, but the social aspect, they do not want to touch with a punch or pull.
була експертка, яка проводила дослідження, скільки разів згадувалась Чорнобильська катастрофа і наскільки резонансно це все пройшло от в 35-ті роковини. Згадують, так, згадують, але ніхто не згадує прип'ятчан з їх жалюгідними льготами, пільгами. Хоча це і не льготи, і не пільги, це просто компенсація за задану шкоду нашому здоров'ю. Тому що ми практично були мирним населенням, яке постраждало внаслідок ядерного вибуху. Так, ми не ліквідатори, але ми населення, яке постраждало, ну, нашої вини в цьому немає. Якщо зараз ліквідатори активно добиваються статусу учасників війни, то ми, виходить, діти війни, чи як? Але це замовчується, забувається і нас змішують з іншими соціальними групами переміщених, переселених. Хоча так, факт є фактом, що від Чорнобильської катастрофи постраждав весь світ, і навіть мій колега, журналіст із Туреччини, розповідав, що коли стався вибух, то в тій місцевості, де він жив, всі чайні плантації були знищені, а ті люди, які пили чай потім з цих плантацій, вони захворіли на онкологічні захворювання. Так це в Турції. Ну і по Швеції, по Швейцарії багато таких от фактів. А чомусь прип'ятчани, які жили менше, ніж в 2 кілометрах від вибуху, ну якось вони з історією зійшли на нівець. Тому що важко, тому що немає підтримки, тому що з віком люди набувають нових проблем із здоров'ям, і щоб там не говорили про подолання психологічних і фізіологічних наслідків якихось впливу від радіації, але, на жаль, вона не через рік, не через 2, не через 3, це знають японські вчені і всі вчені, які досліджують це питання. Ця радіація, вона не дається в знаки одразу, як ми всі, от діти Прип'яті, навіть ми ж були тоді в такому підлітковому віці, вже такі перше кохання, перше почуття, і ну от це, може і жорстоко звучить, але тоді був такий міф і стереотип, що ми через 3 роки всі помремо. І ми говорили тим хлопцям, які в нас закохувались, ви в нас не закохуєтесь, ми все одно через 3 роки помремо. Ну ми, слава Богу, 35 років уже живемо. Але, на жаль, радіація і ті дозові навантаження, які отримали прип'ятчани, вони даються і зараз в знаки, і з віком появляються хвороби з вегетосудинною, серцево-судинні захворювання, ендокринні і неврологічні, і багато інших. І це теж до цього, може, були готові вчені, може, були готові медики, науковці, а ми, які отримуємо 228 гривень і путівку раз в 3 роки в санаторій, якщо ти її виб'єш, якщо у тебе є на це сили, енергія, якщо ти можеш прийти в відділ соціального захисту і сказати, да скільки ж можна, ми 3 роки чекаємо, може дайте, ви ж там звітуєте, як ми шикарно оздоровлюємося в санаторіях, в які ніхто не хоче їздити. І це вся правда, та, яку світ, напевно, не хоче чути. Але історія нагадує, і нагадує тими хлопцями і дівчатами, переселенцями із тимчасово окупованих територій, які нам розповідають, що як нам важко адаптуватися соціально на новому місці, на нових роботах, на яких ще й не так просто влаштуватися, знайти нове житло. І я їм говорю, я вас прекрасно розумію, ми це все переживали 35 років тому.
And find new housing. I understand this, but to have this supported, there was this UNICEF competition where we had to support temporarily moved individuals, those who were temporarily relocated. Imagine ending up in a completely new environment with new classmates, and they weren't exactly glad to see us. But when we were in one of children's summer camps, they would boo us. They would compare us with leprosy, and we survived. And we are trying to keep together and try to overcome this. I think
Так, дякую за цю промову і виступ. Дуже і зворушливі історії. Також
thank you for your opinion and your story. I remember being in the summer camp too. And I remember saying that 1 month later, Chernobyl children will come, and they will come. I'm not sure what it meant, but I remember the way they treated them. We also did this project called Lessons of Chernobyl, and after presenting these lessons, and they had around 5,500 teachers registered to get the materials. We also got feedback from them, and they said that teachers from the eastern part of Ukraine had children from Kramatorsk, for instance. They studied these materials and they would draw parallels. They found a lot of common things between their situation, the people who were relocated from eastern parts of Ukraine affected by the war, and the people who were relocated from Pripyat because of the accident. And another example is COVID-19 and anti-terrorist operation in the east of Ukraine, because now we have a larger number of migrants, because people are relocated because of war, and when they arrive to a different location, people are not met, people are not welcome, because it's a different world, different culture, different traditions, and they have very similar problems. So they were not sure whether they will get assistance and whether society will actually perceive them well. So these situations are very similar, and we can certainly decide what was right and what was wrong and what lessons we can learn from this. I thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the work you do. And now we have Anna Korolevska from Chernobyl Museum. Anna, are you there? Yes, I'm here. I know that Museum of Chernobyl has become a focal point of attention, and it has its own community, and many people from Pripyat would come to visit. And when we had this forum called Pripyat 50, there were a lot of people came, and in the 90s, this sort of activity would be organized quite often, but these days it's a rare thing. Could you tell us a bit more about this? Well, thank you for inviting me. I've been listening from the beginning what the cleanup workers were saying, and I listened to Olena. Let me start by adding to what was already said. She said that there is information in the museum that the level of radiation was 75 times higher. Well, that's wrong. It was 75,000 times higher. And people stayed there for 36 hours. And the museum could help them ascertain this level of radiation, because now we have a lot of maps that were declassified since then. And I know that for the Medical Center for Rehabilitation of Cleanup Workers, they have this information is very valuable to them. But we could do the same for Pripyat residents. And people would like to know what was the level of radiation that they received. This may not help them legally, but purely out of curiosity, just to know, that might be important for them. So our museum is not only a place that collects memory, but we are also a place of communication and a platform that provides social and psychological support to the residents who were relocated, as well as cleanup workers. So we first set up links with Pripyat residents from Tryeshino, for instance. Tamara Krasitska, for instance, does a lot of work in this vein. And since 1992, we've been working together. And our mission was to collect their stories and anecdotal evidence, because we have been working a lot with hypocrisy organizations, European NGOs, who were interested in working with the victims. So our mission was to put them in touch with these people, organize meetings, and help them help these people financially, legally. We as a museum, we can't do it, but we can facilitate. And that's what we do. And we have been doing this for decades. And we are proud of this work. And we have conducted this first meeting with hypocrisy in 1992,
З 2000 року ми такий великий проект.
Starting from 2000, we've been doing this annual event dedicated to Pripyat, and for the first time, Pripyat residents got together for the first time 20 years after they were relocated. And some of them didn't see each other for 20 years, and they finally met on the territory of the museum. And when this happened, we decided to do this annually. We also have organizations from Slavutich. So from the standpoint of cultural projects, we support these people. And I agree, no one needs these people. But our goal is to draw attention of Ukrainian authorities as well as foreign nations to these people. It's a major problem because now we have people in the government who have no idea what Chernobyl is. They're young people and they believe that real Chernobyl is dead. And we have few visitors. It's mostly on anniversaries. And we also invite regional authorities. And when they see our exhibition, they understand how things were. It's a revelation to them. And we try to convince them that the issues remain unresolved. I think it's a noble mission that our museum is trying to fulfill. We feel committed to keeping this memory alive. Now, you saw what the Japanese journalist said. In Japan, they also have similar issues. And by the way, Hibakushi, who suffered first after the bombings, for 20 years they had no protection. But they eventually had their eyes protected and received Hibakushi passports because they united around their common cause, and through this concerted effort, they made sure that their voices were heard. And eventually, this is exactly what happened. Because in 1992, we had a lot of Japanese visiting us, and they wanted to study the law.
But after all those years, it's been amended on numerous occasions. They would remove some articles, have no funding for it, and so forth. But of course, they had a lot of things then embedded and enshrined, and the Japanese would recognize that back then. They said we had no protection. We fought for it for a long time. And now with the victims from Fukushima, there are problems for the people who were displaced, and many of them live in some temporary cottages. Now I live in the temporary cottages. The liquidators in another category that have no protection. And we are disregarding the efficiency of civic movement. This is the consequences of our Soviet mentality. We should not disregard it, should not despise it. And we have to do that instead. And in such efforts, we can accumulate some force. This is necessary. They say, why are you talking about this? You have to be closed, the museum, but such hubs, such social and cultural platforms for discussion, and we have to raise such issues on a continuous basis, not for this generation or the generations leaving us now, but for the ones who are still living, and the posterity, like Hibakushi, the Japanese who suffered in 1945, but back in the 70s and 80s, they gained the status and obtained the recognition and protection. And perhaps we shall overcome someday, also in this government, with this government in this state. Yes, I think there's no other way. Thank you very much, Anna Korolevska. Thank you very much for your comments, for your work, for your contribution, and I'm very grateful to you. I understand that 75,000 times I realized that in your museum it was a slip of tongue, but then because perhaps I'm still unaware of the state of 75,000. I cannot imagine the air we are breathing in. And for the young MPs who are adopting the laws in the parliament and having discussions whether such people deserve or do not deserve anything, they have to realize this figure, 75,000 times. They have to imagine it for their own family, for their own health, and just put themselves in the shoes of such people for them to appreciate this terrible state. It's never for nothing. You preserve the memory. You're a custodian of such memories. Sometimes you feel like your wings are clipped, but and your hands are tied up, but there's no other way. Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We had Anna Korolevska from Chernobyl Museum. Thank you very much for your intervention. And our next speaker is Svitlana Sivkovych, professor, oncologist and hematologist, and we'll discuss the medical consequences with liquidators and posterity. Are you with us, Svitlana? Yes, thank you very much. The first thing I would like to say is to say thank you for inviting me, Valeriy, for raising this very important topic, because we should not forget about that. What should I say? It was a great disaster that happened back then. It's now called Chernobyl, NPP disaster or accident. In addition to social consequences, it had some medical after effects. First of all, I would like to say that this is to stay forever in the memory of mine and my colleagues and the medical personnel. The courage of those people, they wouldn't think about themselves. They were thinking about their families, their friends, their comrades, whether they were still around, still alive, uninjured, their health condition, their health status. What are the medical aspects of Chernobyl? No names mentioned of my patients, just one name, Lelichenko. You remember this name, the liquidators, non-liquidators. He was an engineer. He realized the scope of that disaster immediately and did everything to minimize the after effects. He had a very difficult death. He knew in advance that he was dying, had a little baby of his own who was just 1 month old, but he was thinking about his country and his people. Now, the medical aspects of Chernobyl, let me tell you this. My teacher, Professor Kinzinski, in those days was chief radiologist of our country, and in the early days he was staying in Pripyat. He came over to see the disaster and look after the people, but that wasn't like in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Like they had the burns and the sound wave, but that was interpolated to isotopes, all the Mendeleev table, the radioactive aspects. In fact, it was unleashed as a genie, and the things we were breathing in, the things we were exposed to, the fruit and vegetable, the water, it was all contaminated. And of course, absorbing such a dose of radiation, radioactive dust, radioactive air, of course, or dust in the air. What we had were mutations of genes. First of all, with different conditions, it is different. I mean, oncological diseases, hematological diseases, the cancer of lungs, cancer of stomach, the isotopes for the mucus. People were exposed to different degrees, but we can say that the genes that mutated and are still mutating led to the situation when we had now, to a lesser extent, the tumors, malevolent tumors. And this is the WHO information. Many people passed away who did a heroic thing. The medical personnel was very dedicated and saved some liquidators. That was Leonid Kislevsky's achievement, because he proposed a different aspect of treatment. First of all, disactivation. All the liquidators were treated with the transfusion, blood transfusion, to get rid of isotopes for the food trucks, and our leaders saw what happened in Chernobyl. They had a total different ways of treatment. Detoxification prevailed, not like in some international hospitals. They had transportation of marrow and hypostatics in great dosage. That didn't provide for us a great survival rate. Of course, the Ukrainian medical doctors and nurses were very professional in their approach. Let me appreciate that I was just another doctor. I wasn't a decision maker, but I was really admiring the professionals, our leaders who approached treatment of liquidators and the victims from Pripyat in that way. We cannot change anything that happened in the past, but we have to remember those people and help them as much as we can. And we are trying, after all those decades, I'm still friends with them, my former patients, I admire them. I can see how still now they're helping other people, they're helping their friends who sick, get sick, and the statistics is very sad. The oncological diseases are widespread in this population, and this is because of the transmutations of genes as a result of exposure. And I can tell you this, that we should not forget about those events. These people need special treatment and convalescence. In Kiev, we have the National Center for Radioactive Medicine and radiological medicine, and helping liquidators and the victims as a result of that accident. And I would like to address people from Pripyat, the liquidators. Take care of yourselves. This is a very important thing for all of us. Get examined, get a medical check regularly, every year, at least. If you need some treatment, be very patient, and don't forget about compliance. I have a question. I had this information that every year in Ukraine they have more than 30,000 surgeries for the related to Chernobyl catastrophe or disaster. This is according to WHO. There are two conditions. They are registered and they are related, they induced by radiation. That's the thyroid gland, in particular the cancer, and the lymphatic leukemia, sarcoma, lymphoma, and all that group of diseases. This is absolutely official, well checked and substantiated. It does not come from Ukraine, any kind of national register. This is an international internationally recognized piece of evidence. Checked and double checked. This is really 30,000 surgeries on thyroid gland. I wasn't prepared for that question. I cannot tell you from the top of my head, but you know, some of you know me, many friends of mine, liquidators, died of some kind of cancer, not necessarily thyroid, it can be any other bodily organ, but that does not negate the fact that it is all a result of Chernobyl accident. But in Ukraine, we have a high number of such surgeries, people with such conditions. I can tell you just this thing. If we compare the data coming from Ukraine and the European countries, other European countries, yes, you should understand that this is the incidence rate for Belarus also, who suffered. There's a big international disaster, now international, than the USSR. But Ukraine had the highest impact. We have more people who suffered, and I can tell you frankly that now, presently also, the trend is like this. Recently, I was leafing through the data. Kievans have a higher rate than people from other regions. I can tell you this about pathologies related to lymphatic tumors. Kievans have a double rate, I think. We know that it is 90 kilometers away from, only 90 kilometers away from the capital. And I cannot say that it is passed without any trace for us. We still, as Kievans, can feel the consequences. Thank you very much for your comments to this date related to health. Svitlana Sivkovych, oncologist and hematologist, medical doctor, who was discussing the consequences of that disaster and the impact on the health status, not just for Kievans, for IDPs, for victims and liquidators. We are concluding the last day of this forum. I would like to thank the Ukrainian Cultural Fund for helping us with this project. I would like to thank all the sponsoring organizations and partners. It's a great number, a great bunch of the civil society of Ukraine, Japan, and not just that. And we had a great number of lecturers and speakers from Europe. I'd like to thank all the partners of this project for the forum, for the exhibition. European countries, for the first time we had it this year. I hope for this to be continued in the upcoming years. After the forum, we'll have a big video to discuss the follow-ups and the best ideas. And one of the journalists said that we have some kind of synopsis for the areas that we discussed. Thanks to the viewership, thanks to the team of the implementers, the unbelievable 5-day event. It's unprecedented. We're happy that we've had it. It's a great platform for discussion. And I hope that next year we'll be able to extend, to expand, to invite more speakers and dive deeper into the subject matter. As far as I know, it was in the comments that they would like to bring some experts back. We will present some presentations and provide the link. Thanks to the venue, to NVIDIA Hub, the streaming team, the interpreters, simultaneous interpreters. Thank you very much and see you next year, hopefully. I'm Valeriy Korshunov, your moderator for today. We have concluded the 5th day of this forum dedicated to the integration of victims and liquidators and their resettlements. Join us on the social media. We will post all the information there and the videos. Thank you very much and see you next year.
Чорнобиль – глобальна техногенна катастрофа, що торкнулась всього світу. Наслідки та уроки Чорнобиля мають бути вивчені. З 6 по 10 жовтня запрошуємо на міжнародний форум «Чорнобиль» з інтерактивними виставками. 15 країн, понад 50 спікерів, 5 днів онлайн. Ліквідатори, науковці, представники державних та культурних організацій розповідатимуть про вплив Чорнобиля на людство. Міжнародні експерти Японії, США, Німеччини, Британії та інших країн дослідять наслідки соціальних, культурних та економічних напрямів. Відвідай форум онлайн на сайті chornobyl.com. Завантажуй додаток «Чорнобиль».